All right, you, let's dim those overly bright modern lights. Maybe even light a totally safe, non-fire hazard candle. You know, unlike the questionable fire safety standards of some of our historical subjects. Tonight, we're not just passively listening. We're actively grabbing our imaginary passports and a very necessary, well-ventilated hazmat suit for the smells. Because we're about to teleport together to a city magically frozen in time. Ancient Pompeii. A place that was practically throbbing with life. Then, bam! Instant silence. A horrifying ash-preserved silence, courtesy of Mount Vesuvius hitting the doomsday button. Forget the sanitized textbooks with their squeaky clean, perfectly composed illustrations. We're ripping open the lid on the real daily grind of a bustling Roman town. We'll pick our way through its crowded, undoubtedly smelly streets, inhale its unique air, which, let's be brutally honest, was probably pretty ripe, and witness the vibrant, often chaotic, daily routines. Think market bustle that makes a modern Black Friday stampede look like a polite tea party, and raucous entertainment that would make a modern mosh pit enthusiast blush, all grimly unfolding under the ominous shadow of a volcano that eventually decided to go full lava nado. We'll journey from dawn's first miserable, uncaffeinated light through the city's complex, often brutal social classes, right down to evening leisure, just moments before literally everything changed for everyone. You're about to get a raw, unfiltered look at how a Pompeian morning actually kicked off, without your fancy smartphone alarms or even a decent cup of coffee. We'll delve into the dizzying array of trades and the heart of their commerce, a clattering hive of artisans and merchants. We'll explore the often brutal realities of their social hierarchy, from the toga-clad elite living lives of unimaginable luxury to the unseen, tireless labor of the enslaved. And because life wasn't all work and no play, we'll step into the boisterous theaters and the gladiatorial arenas, where entertainment could be both thrillingly spectacular and genuinely chillingly brutal. We won't shy away from the realities of Pompeii's brothels, acknowledging their presence and the complex, often tragic lives led within them. Finally, we'll grapple squarely with the cataclysm itself, the sudden, terrifying eruption that, in a cosmic paradox, preserved so much, yet stole so many lives. Along the way, you'll encounter the mundane, the magnificent, and the morbidly fascinating, seeing precisely how intimately interwoven all aspects of life were in this doomed city. It's not just a historical account. It's a stark, compelling story of human ingenuity, astonishing resilience, and the sheer, unpredictable, terrifying power of nature itself. If this morbidly fascinating trip, and let's be real, who doesn't secretly love a good historical disaster from a safe distance, truly captures your imagination, then do us a solid. Hit that like button, subscribe for more historical deep dives, preferably without the actual deep dives into ash and lava, and in the comments, let me know which other ancient civilization you'd like us to unearth next. Now let's very carefully open the gates to Pompeii and step into the messy, waking world of its residents as the first light of dawn breaks over the city's undeniably bustling streets. All right, hope you're still awake. Let's wind the clock back, way past your fancy smart alarm, past the annoying radio, and even past that insistent, feathered monster called a rooster. Because in ancient Pompeii, waking up was less about a gentle chime and more about being abruptly drop-kicked into a chaotic symphony of daily life that simply refused to wait. Forget the snooze button. That revolutionary technology didn't exist, and frankly, the Roman Empire didn't care one bit if you were still tired. You'd probably be jolted awake by the distant, mournful braying of a mule, the relentless clattering of wooden carts on the unforgiving basalt roads. And then, the pièce de résistance. That truly unique, and perhaps not entirely pleasant, olfactory alarm clock that was a whole Roman city stirring to life. No tranquil dawn chorus here, just the raucous, pungent soundtrack of commerce and sheer survival. Now, if you were one of the fancy pants, a member of Pompeii's elite, your day began not with a frantic search for matching socks, but with a well-oiled machine of servitude. You weren't fumbling for clothes. Your enslaved household staff had already been on the clock for hours, their silent, practiced precision a testament to their incredibly demanding roles. Imagine you're just gently peeling that expensive imperial silk sheet off your bare skin, and someone's already fetching fresh, warmed water for your bath. A true luxury, I tell you, and meticulously laying out your entire ensemble. For the Roman man of means, this often involved the utterly ceremonial, and quite frankly, physically challenging, task of wrestling into a toga. This wasn't just a glorified bedsheet, folks. It was a heavy, cumbersome garment, a literal woolly straitjacket of status. Sure, you weren't rocking it every single day, but for any formal duties, like attending court or enduring the morning salutatio, where clients showed up en masse to essentially kiss your ring, it was practically mandatory. It was a giant draped billboard declaring your citizenship and VIP status. Meanwhile, for the Roman matron of the upper classes, her wardrobe choice was the stola, a long, often elegant, sleeveless dress worn over a tunic, basically signaling her married status and respectability. This wasn't just getting dressed. It was a full-blown, elaborate production, a meticulously choreographed preparation for a day of public display and intricate social maneuvering, all flawlessly orchestrated by a silent, efficient army of household staff. So next time you groan about folding a fitted sheet, spare a thought for their endless laundry day, eh? Now, if you were a shopkeeper, a baker, or an artisan, your morning was a very different kind of hustle. Forget luxuriating in bed until noon. Pompeii's economy was a hungry beast that demanded constant feeding. Your place of business wasn't just where you clocked in. It was often literally your home, or at least intimately connected to your living quarters. Talk about dedication, or a complete lack of work-life balance. The streets themselves were bursting with noise and impending activity, already being lined with the wares of at least 85 different trades. So no, the sounds weren't the gentle chirping of songbirds. You'd be up with the crack of dawn, wrestling open those heavy wooden shutters, or pulling back the canvas awnings, letting the first dusty rays of sunlight hit your goods. Bakers, for example, were basically the original night owls, given that 33 commercial bakeries have been identified by archaeologists. They were scrambling to meet the city's insatiable demand for fresh bread. You'd hear the relentless grind of millstones, the satisfying thudding of dough being relentlessly kneaded, and the infernal roar of ovens being fired up. Potters would be wrestling with wet clay, blacksmiths stoking roaring furnaces with a clang, and cobblers meticulously laying out damp leather. This wasn't a quaint, leisurely morning stroll to the office. It was a primal, full-throttle industrial awakening, where every clang and shout was a promise of profit. And for the enslaved individuals? Well, their day started even earlier, and was significantly, brutally harder. They were the silent, aching engine that kept Pompeii running, literally from the first hint of daylight until long after dusk. Domestic slaves would be forever fetching water for baths, tirelessly grinding grain into flour that wasn't for them, preparing meals that usually weren't for them, cleaning endless spaces, and attending to every single whim of their owners and their sprawling households. This wasn't just menial labor, though. Paradoxically, depending on their skills, some might be performing complex secretarial duties, or even acting as personal agents for their owners in the city's bustling commerce. But outside the city walls, on the vast agricultural estates that basically fed all of Pompeii, rural slaves endured an even more nightmarish existence. Picture them in the dim, pre-dawn gloom, already toiling in the vineyards or olive groves, their bodies undoubtedly screaming from a night likely spent chained in cramped, utterly miserable quarters. These were the invisible hands, the countless unheard voices, whose crushing, back-breaking labor ensured the bread was baked, the wine flowed freely, and the elaborate luxury was enjoyed by everyone else. Pretty grim, huh? As the sun climbed higher, Pompeii's sensory tapestry would become richer, and honestly, far more challenging. That absolutely glorious aroma of freshly baked bread, an indisputable urban delight, would mingle with the satisfying clatter of wooden crates being piled off carts and the rhythmic, metallic clang of coppersmiths' hammers. But let's not get too carried away with the romance. That enticing waft of spiced foods from a street-side tavern would also be accompanied by the far less pleasant, omnipresent urban odors. Because, let's be absolutely frank, ancient cities were stanky. Streets often doubled as informal dumping grounds for all sorts of human and animal waste, and the reeking public urinals, notoriously used by fullers for their special laundry detergent. Yes, ammonia from stale urine was a key ingredient for cleaning cloth, certainly contributed to Pompeii's distinctive bouquet. They even had polite public service announcements, basically ancient spray-painted etiquette guides, against public defecation, like shitter, beware. So, yeah, the standard of public hygiene was aspirational, at best. Still, amidst this overwhelming sensory assault, you'd find tiny pockets of peace, the familiar, delicate jingle of small bells, tintinnabula, tinkling in doorways, or the soothing splash and gurgle of water from a public fountain. A fleeting moment of zen in the glorious grime. Even before the sun fully committed to its upward climb, a quiet, very personal ritual would be unfolding in many Pompeian homes, family offerings at the Lararium. This was essentially their family altar, a household shrine usually tucked away in the atrium or kitchen, dedicated to the Lars, the protector gods of the family. You and your family, probably led by the pater familias, the undisputed big boss of the household, even if he was just the local grocer, would gather for these unassuming yet deeply meaningful devotions. Maybe you'd carefully place fresh garlands on the tiny statues of your little gods, or offer a tiny splash of wine, a few precious grains of spelt, the Roman equivalent of artisanal sourdough, or even a humble honey cake. These weren't grand, toga-swishing public ceremonies. They were intimate, private moments of daily religious observance. A quick prayer for good vibes, a little spiritual insurance to keep the household running smoothly. The sheer number of these shrines, from simple painted niches to surprisingly elaborate structures, tells you everything you need to know about how deeply religious Pompeians were, no matter their social ladder rung. Heck, even enslaved individuals would participate in, or at least be present for, these domestic rites, showing their inclusion, even if it was a very subordinate kind of inclusion, within the household unit. Now, if you wanted a literal snapshot of this intricate, often brutal, social ladder, you didn't need a sociology textbook or a complicated flowchart. You just had to look around. The incredible frescoes, like those famously preserved in the Praedia of Julia Felix, basically served as ancient Roman Instagram feeds, beautifully capturing detailed scenes of daily life in the Forum, clearly showcasing the careful stratifications of Pompeian society. You could literally see how clothing, even in these painted representations, screamed someone's social status. From the rare, majestic sight of a toga, usually reserved for the high and mighty and their formal, civic-oriented schmoozing, down to the everyday, far more comfortable tunics and mantles worn by the general populace. Your threads pretty much advertised your entire life story for all to see. The entire city itself was a giant, unfiltered message board. Graffiti, the original social media, was absolutely everywhere. A constant, often hilarious, sometimes rude, dialogue etched onto plastered walls. While we haven't found any direct rise and grind Pompeii or explicit wake up and smell the bread graffiti near bakeries, a massive missed marketing opportunity if you ask me, the sheer volume of commercial advertisements, heartfelt political endorsements, or scandalous denunciations, and spicy notices for gladiatorial games or elections suggests a public space that was constantly alive with announcements and daily information. It's not a huge leap to imagine that savvy shop owners used these public canvases to announce their early opening hours or the divine freshness of their bread, gently nudging folks to rise with the sun and hit the streets. So, yeah, while Pompeii definitely didn't have alarm clocks or the internet, thank goodness imagine the ancient Roman thirst traps, its residents were absolutely roused by a complex, totally analog interplay of natural light, relentless human industry, and the non-stop, inescapable demands of daily life in a bustling, ancient metropolis. It was a city that woke up with a purpose, a symphony of sounds, smells, and social dynamics that, for those of us chilling in the modern world, seems utterly alien, yet strangely, disturbingly compelling. And now you know why your modern morning commute, as frustrating as it might be, isn't so bad after all. All right, so you've just peeled your imaginary self out of bed in ancient Pompeii, probably still smelling a bit like stale bread and last night's ancient urine. Now let's peel back another layer of Pompeian daily life, the deeply ingrained, often painfully rigid, social stratification that basically defined every single minute of a Pompeian's existence. Forget your modern motivational posters about class mobility or pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Unless those bootstraps were metaphorically attached to a freshly forged chariot, and your family already owned the chariot factory, you weren't climbing anywhere fast. Pompeii was less a fluid society and more a ridiculously strict ancient pyramid scheme. And let's just say most people weren't anywhere near the top. They were probably somewhere near the bottom, wondering if they'd get another crust of bread. At the very pointy, gilded tip of this human pyramid were the elite. The senators, the vast landowners, the big kahunas, the decurions. Basically the local town council's equivalent of VIPs with private jets, if jets existed, and enough family money to buy Congress. These were the absolute 0.1%, living lives of unimaginable, almost obscene luxury, and wielding serious social and political influence. Then, a step down, you had the professional middle class, the savvy artisans, the sharp-witted merchants, and that fascinating, often surprisingly wealthy character known as the freedman. Below them, the sprawling, often overlooked majority. The humble laborers, the working-class citizens who were just trying to survive another day without getting buried in pumice. And at the absolute, unyielding bottom, forming the grim, silent foundation of this entire society, were the enslaved, the forced, silent engine that made everything else possible. It was a clear-cut, almost aggressively obvious caste system, where your birth, or tragic lack thereof, pretty much determined everything from the expensive, itchy toga you might wear to whether your morning ablutions involved a fancy private latrine or just a very public street, probably still slick with last night's garbage. Now, if you were one of those chosen few fortunate enough to be born into wealth or blessed by brutal conquest, your home wasn't just a place to crash. It was a sprawling, opulent, in-your-face statement, practically a living, breathing museum dedicated to your staggering personal wealth. Take the famous house of the Veti, for instance. This wasn't just a house, It was a gigantic, ancient Roman flex, owned by two brothers, Aulus Vettius Conviva and Aulus Vettius Restitutus, who had actually climbed from being enslaved individuals to become insanely wealthy merchants. Talk about starting from the bottom and literally buying the top. It's a living testament to their extravagant taste and their burning desire to ostentatiously display their newfound status. Its elaborate frescoes aren't just pretty pictures, they're social currency splashed across every wall. You'd find vibrant, detailed murals depicting epic mythological scenes, mischievous cupids frolicking about, and, yes, some surprisingly explicit erotic works, all meticulously designed to impress, and perhaps mildly scandalize guests, showcasing not just their impeccable artistic taste, but their truly immense disposable income. Every single corner of these lavish homes, from the vast peristyle gardens with their gurgling fountains to private baths and grand reception rooms, was constructed to reflect power and sophistication, a constant, silent boast of, "Look how much money I have, and how little I actually have to do to earn it." Envy wasn't invented yesterday, folks. Then you had the vast, bustling middle ground. These were the actual economic backbone of Pompeii, the ambitious shopkeepers, the skilled artisans, the busy bakers, and the industrious merchants who made the city tick. Their lives were a relentless, unending grind of commerce. They often lived right above their shops, or in more modest, yet perfectly functional, homes tucked away from the grand villas. Imagine literally rolling out of bed and into your storefront. Talk about zero commute time. These were the people producing, buying, and selling pretty much all the goods that kept the city humming along, from pottery and textiles to fresh produce, and, of course, plenty of wine. They were the ones haggling relentlessly in the forum, meticulously balancing their ancient ledgers, and constantly sniffing out the next opportunity to turn a profit. They occupied this strange, precarious middle space, definitely not enslaved, certainly not impoverished, but also light years away from the effortless, born into luxury of the elite. They were the original small business owners, just without the tax write-offs. And then, depressingly, tragically, we arrive at the enslaved. Their lives were, to put it mildly, brutal. They were literally just property, plain and simple, stripped of any rights, any personal agency, and utterly, totally subject to the whims of their owners. Their tasks were incredibly varied, always dictated by the immediate, often cruel, needs of the household or the cold, calculating profitability of their forced labor. Household slaves endured incessant domestic duties, endlessly fetching water for baths. They definitely deserved a break. Tirelessly grinding grain into flour that wasn't for them, preparing meals that usually weren't for them, cleaning endless spaces, and attending to every single whim of their owners and their sprawling households. This wasn't just menial labor, though. Paradoxically, depending on their skills, some might be performing complex secretarial duties, or even acting as personal agents for their owners in the city's bustling commerce. But outside the city walls, on the vast agricultural estates that basically fed all of Pompeii, rural slaves endured an even more nightmarish existence. Picture them in the dim, pre-dawn gloom, already toiling in the vineyards or olive groves, their bodies undoubtedly screaming from a night likely spent chained in cramped, utterly miserable quarters. These were the invisible hands, the countless unheard voices, whose crushing, back-breaking labor ensured the bread was baked, the wine flowed freely, and the elaborate luxury was enjoyed by everyone else. Pretty grim, huh? And if you want to talk about true, unvarnished horror, consider the plight of enslaved women who were forced into prostitution within the city's bustling brothels. Archaeological excavations, particularly of the Lupanar, Pompeii's most infamous brothel, lay bare the grim reality. Tiny, confined cells for the sex workers, little more than stone beds. These findings starkly highlight the acute sexual exploitation and profound marginalization of these individuals, who were, more often than not, enslaved women. The explicit frescoes decorating these sordid spaces weren't just ancient suggestive art. They were blunt advertisements depicting various sexual acts and brutally reinforcing the power imbalance, a stark visual reminder of who was in control and who was desperately, terrifyingly not. Nothing glamorized about that. Despite this overwhelmingly bleak reality, there were, if you squinted hard enough, thin threads of hope for social mobility. The act of manumission, where an enslaved person was formally set free by their owner, offered a rare glimmer of opportunity. Freedmen, like our earlier Vetti brothers, could indeed accumulate staggering wealth through shrewd business dealings, often becoming incredibly prominent figures in the local economy. They could throw their money around with abandon, build incredible houses like the Vettis, to their old owner's chagrin, I'm sure, and even fund massive public spectacles. However, their social climbing usually came with frustrating limits. Generally, they couldn't hold certain top-tier political offices themselves, though their children, born free, might eventually rise higher. It was a slow, often agonizingly generational climb, a testament to relentless ambition, sheer grit, and a large helping of luck. The city's public life, even its most thrilling entertainment, was a constant, glaring reflection of these social divisions. Take the gladiatorial games, Pompeii's ultimate spectator sport, basically the ancient Roman equivalent of the Super Bowl, WrestleMania, and the Olympics rolled into one bloody package. These spectacles were often funded by incredibly wealthy individuals, like the prominent local magistrate Aloysius Nigidius Maius, who cleverly used them to curry favor with the masses and claw his way further up the political ladder. The announcements for these games, plastered all over town, advertised not just the upcoming spectacle, but very much the generous patron footing the bill. And when you actually went to the amphitheater, your seating was rigidly segregated by class, a physical, undeniable manifestation of the social hierarchy. The elite, of course, nabbed the prime, cushy seats, while the vast, sweaty masses were crammed into the nosebleed sections, literally looking down on those below them. It was a giant, bloody, and shockingly accurate metaphor for Pompeian society. Ultimately, Pompeii was a city of truly stark, often brutal contrasts, glittering opulence side by side with grinding poverty, immense privilege built directly upon brutal exploitation. It was a society utterly obsessed with status, where every single toga, every vibrant fresco, every public show, and even the very layout of the streets screamed your exact place in the rigid pecking order. It's almost impossible to imagine, isn't it? Being trapped not just by the suffocating ash and pumice from Vesuvius, but by the rigid, invisible walls of your social class. I think I'll take my modern-day status anxiety over that kind of rigid system any day. Okay, so you've survived the morning alarm clock that was ancient Pompeii, and probably still smell a bit like stale bread and last night's ancient urine. You've navigated the subtle, highly regulated social cues of ancient Roman clothing, and you've thanked your lucky stars you weren't born into the chattel class. Now let's throw open the shop doors, step out onto those incredibly busy, undeniably pungent streets, and plunge headfirst into the bustling, clattering, deal-making heart of Pompeii's commerce. This wasn't just a town, it was a non-stop, ancient marketplace, a symphony of shouting vendors, clanging tools, and smells so intense they would either tempt your stomach or instantly flatten your nose hairs. As the sun truly began to assert its dominance, Pompeii's shops would proudly fling open their heavy wooden shutters, unveiling a dizzying array of goods. Your senses would be assaulted first by the utterly divine aroma of fresh breads wafting from the countless bakeries. Pompeii, bless its carb-loving heart, had at least 33 commercial bakeries, a true paradise for anyone who understood the pure joy of artisanal dough. But then your nose might twitch, perhaps recoil, at the truly unique scent of garum. Ah, garum. This wasn't some gentle potpourri. It was the ubiquitous, intensely flavorful fermented fish sauce. Think of it as the Roman equivalent of combining ketchup, soy sauce, and a potent energy drink, all rolled into one, then left to sit in the sun. It was made from fish guts and discarded bits, steeped in salt, and allowed to, well, ferment. Pliny the Elder himself, the original food critic, even noted that Pompeii was famous for its garum. So imagine a pungent, fishy, slightly metallic tang, mingling with that heavenly freshly baked bread, and you're halfway to understanding a Pompeii morning. Beyond the foodstuffs, you'd see pottery stacked precariously high, shimmering textiles, hopefully not too smelly from their dye process, and every imaginable consumable or tool. The overall impression? Less quaint artisanal market, more ancient, bustling outdoor mall with questionable refrigeration practices and a pervasive fish funk. And these weren't just simple storefronts. Oh no, many were bustling, fully operational workshops. Step inside, and you'd find artisans actively producing the goods you were eyeing, because Amazon Prime wasn't an option. Potters, with their hands caked in clay, would be meticulously spinning their wheels, shaping everything from mundane amphorae to surprisingly intricate oil lamps. You might pass a blacksmith's forge, the rhythmic clanging of his hammer against hot metal, a constant powerful beat in the urban soundtrack, as he forged tools or perhaps a decorative bronze statue for some wealthy patron. Dyers, on the other hand, would be wrestling with vast steaming vats, the ridiculously pungent smell of their dyes, some derived from frankly bizarre organic sources, adding yet another unforgettable layer to Pompeii's distinctive olfactory profile. Modern archaeologists, acting like extremely patient, very dusty ancient CSI investigators, have meticulously found clear craft production zones revealing exactly where these ancient factories operated within the city, like the impressively preserved lampmaker's workshop with its 2 kilns. It was a city that made things, and made them with a palpable, gritty, almost relentless energy. Forget factory tours. This was all open plan and probably quite loud. Then there were the merchants, the high-stakes deal makers, the smooth talkers who truly understood the art of the hustle. They weren't just hawking wares, they were negotiating deals, calculating profits with mental abacuses, and crucially, getting deeply financially involved in the city's complex political dance. Trade wasn't just about making a quick buck, it was a powerful pathway to influence. These were the kind of people whose names you'd see plastered prominently on election notices, the ancient Roman version of campaign ads, who funded public projects, and who knew exactly whose palm to grease to get things done. Their vibrant street commerce was absolutely intertwined with the very fabric of Pompeian civic life. The city itself was a beehive of economic activity, where making money was enthusiastically pursued, whether through legitimate trade, savvy property rentals, or even, shall we say, more unorthodox means that often involved less clothing and more negotiation. Business was business, whatever form it took. And speaking of commerce and daily life, let's talk about the thermopolia. If you thought modern fast food was a recent, sad invention, think again. Thermopolia were the original Roman fast food venues, and they were critically important to urban life, especially for the working class. These weren't white tablecloth, sit-down establishments. They were essentially snack bars, often featuring a large L-shaped counter embedded with dolia. big ceramic jars used to hold hot food and drinks like ancient instant pots. Many poor Pompeians lacking proper cooking facilities, remember that whole raging fire hazard thing from earlier, basically ate out for every single meal. So these weren't just places for a quick bite. For a significant portion of the population, they were their primary source of daily sustenance. Imagine walking down the street, your belly rumbling, and grabbing a hot, stew-like meal right there on the go, served from a giant, communal ceramic pot. Sounds way better than a cold, sad sandwich, right? Though probably fewer napkins available. The interesting, and frankly terrifying, thing about all this bustling, productive activity is that it wasn't happening in a perfectly stable, placid environment. Pompeii, as we've discussed, was a city in a constant state of flux, particularly after the massive 62 AD earthquake. This wasn't just a little wobble, it practically leveled parts of the city. And the rebuilding? It was an ongoing 17-year saga, happening right up until the big one in 79 AD. So, amidst all the commerce, the deal-making, and the constant crafting, there was a perpetual, underlying hum of construction and reconstruction. Existing structures were being repaired, brand new ones were going up, and the urban landscape itself was literally, physically shifting. Businesses had to adapt on the fly, perhaps moving operations temporarily, or pivoting their entire enterprise to become part of the burgeoning construction industry. It was the original Build Back Better, just with more dust and less OSHA. We know all this, not just from the impressively preserved, frozen-in-time archaeological remains, which are amazing, don't get me wrong, but from the city's astonishingly rich paper trail, or more accurately, its inscription trail. That's right, we're talking about ubiquitous graffiti. While census records are super rare and offer only a fleeting glimpse into demographics, the explosion of graffiti details a remarkable range of trades and the political ambitions of the residents. You can find meticulously painted electoral notices, commercial advertisements for pretty much everything you could imagine, and some things you probably couldn't, and even personal messages scrawled on every available wall surface. It's like the original LinkedIn, Facebook, and Craigslist all rolled into one public, highly visible medium, giving us an unparalleled insight into who did what and who desperately wanted to be what in Pompeian society. Archaeologists acting like extremely patient, very dusty ancient CSI investigators have meticulously pieced together Pompeii's craft production zones. From the precise layouts of workshops to the discarded material remains, like broken pottery or metal scraps, they've been able to reveal exactly where the potters worked, where the metalworkers plied their noisy trade, and where the textiles were woven or dyed. This forensic evidence paints a vivid, tangible picture of a deeply industrious city, a place where skilled labor wasn't just valued, but absolutely central to its very existence and survival. It was a city powered by human hands and a relentless drive for enterprise. So, while your modern workday might involve spreadsheets, enduring endless Zoom calls, and sitting in an ergonomic chair, imagine a Pompeian's. The potent, unforgettable smell of garum permeating the air, the constant clang of metal on metal, the endless stream of people jostling past your stall or workshop, all against the ever-present backdrop of a city perpetually under construction. It really makes your daily grind seem a little less aromatic and a lot more comfortable, doesn't it? Just saying. All right, so you've officially clocked out of your ancient Roman workday. Your hands might be caked in clay, or still smelling faintly of garum, or perhaps entirely clean if you're one of the lucky elite. Now it's time to truly unwind. And when I say unwind in Pompeii, I definitely don't mean cozying up with a good book and a cup of herbal tea. Oh no, we're talking about blood, sweat, and raw spectacle, served up loud and proud. Because if there's one thing Romans knew how to do, It was entertain themselves on a grand, often brutal, and utterly unforgettable scale. First stop? The roaring, pulsating heart of Pompeian leisure, the amphitheatre. This was no quaint town hall. It was a bona fide Colosseum in miniature, built around 70 BC, making it the oldest known stone amphitheatre in the entire Roman world. And it was absolutely massive, capable of seating approximately 20,000 screaming spectators. Think about that for a second. That's more than enough space for Pompeii's entire population, plus a whole rowdy crowd of visitors who'd trekked in from across the Sarno Valley. Everyone, and I mean everyone, packed in for the gladiatorial combats and the terrifying animal hunts. These weren't just fights. They were meticulously staged death ballets, incredibly popular spectacles that occasionally brought whole cities to a standstill. Imagine the Super Bowl, WrestleMania, and a particularly bloody rock concert, all rolled into one gloriously violent afternoon. And who paid for all this glorious mayhem? Wealthy citizens, of course, big shots like the prominent local magistrate Aulus Nigidius Maius. They didn't do it purely out of civic generosity, mind you. Funding these games was prime political maneuvering, a surefire way to curry favor with the masses and claw your way further up the incredibly greasy pole of Roman public office. Nothing says, "Vote for me for chief magistrate," quite like a good old-fashioned lion versus man showdown, does it? And these spectacles certainly weren't a free-for-all, socially speaking. Oh no, the same suffocating social stratification that dictated every other aspect of Pompeian life definitely didn't take a break for entertainment. When you went to the amphitheatre, your seating was rigidly segregated by class, a very physical, undeniable manifestation of the social hierarchy. The elite, the bigwigs, nabbed the primo, cushy seats down close to the action, probably with their own imported cushions and a much better intimate view of the entrails scattering. Meanwhile, the vast, sweaty masses, the laborers, the enslaved, the unwashed, don't worry, we'll get to baths in a moment, were crammed into the nosebleed sections, literally looking down on those below them. It was a giant, bloody, and shockingly accurate metaphor for Pompeian society. Everyone present, but everyone knew their assigned, often uncomfortable place. But life wasn't all about sharpened steel and roaring beasts. Pompeii also boasted a surprisingly thriving cultural scene, brilliantly showcased in its two theatres. There was the large theatre, which could seat around 5,000 souls, and the more intimate Odeon, with a still impressive capacity of 2,000. Here you'd find dramatic plays that might explore the weighty themes of Greek myths or Roman tragedies, where actors in masks would declaim lines and make grand, sweeping gestures. Or, if you preferred your entertainment less existential and more, shall we say, crude, there were the local Atellan farces, raucous slapstick comedies bursting with stock characters, exaggerated situations, and plenty of physical humor. Think ancient Roman pantomime, but probably with more accidental toga slipping and exaggerated fart noises. These performances were a massive part of cultural life, and the actors themselves were genuine celebrities, drawing enthusiastic crowds and cultivating their own fan bases. Yes, ancient, famous people. You'd see announcements for these theatrical events painted vividly on whitewashed walls around the city, just like the gladiatorial posters, publicly advertising who was funding the show and inviting the populace to partake in the drama. Beyond the roar of the arena and the dramatic monologues of the theatre, there was an essential, almost sacred pillar of everyday Roman life that served as both a social hub and a place of rigorous hygiene: the public baths. These weren't some quick shower-and-go affair. The baths were absolutely central to daily routines for literally all classes. Pompei had established 3 sets of public baths, with a third set, the impressive central baths, only truly identified during excavations between 1996 and 1998. This was where you'd go to get clean, sure, but it was also where you'd relax, exercise, often nudely, mind you, gossip, seal important business deals, and even grab a bite to eat. Imagine a combination of a gym, a spa, a community center, and a greasy spoon, all rolled into one bustling complex. Men and women typically bathed separately, either in different sections of the bath complex or at different, designated times of the day. You'd leisurely move through various rooms, the appetiterium, the changing room where your clothes definitely wouldn't be stolen, wink, the frigidarium, a refreshing cold bath, the tepidarium, the warm bath, great for sweating out those garum fumes, and the caldarium, the steamy hot bath, basically a Roman sauna where you could really feel your pores open. It was a communal, multi-hour affair, shedding the grime of the city and engaging in essential social bonding. And what about evening leisure after all that? For the elite, this was where true, unbridled luxury came into its own. After a refreshing, or scorching, depending on your preferred temperature, session at the baths, they would retreat to their lavish homes with their vast gardens and elegant dining rooms. Here they might host elaborate banquets, or simply relax in quieter, more refined pursuits, listening to music performed by skilled, often enslaved musicians, reciting poetry, often their own, whether it was good or bad, or simply enjoying the serene, manicured beauty of their sprawling garden retreats. The imagery we find in their homes often depicts idyllic scenes of sophisticated leisure, intellectual pursuits, and refined pleasure. However, let's be painfully real. This idyllic, high-class picture contrasts sharply with the gritty reality for the vast majority of Pompeians, who experienced far more discomfort and had incredibly limited opportunities for such refined luxury. Their evenings might involve a simple, shared meal from a thermopolium, followed by an early night in cramped living quarters, preparing for another day of relentless toil. Their leisure might be as simple as a brief, quiet stroll before dusk, or a moment of shared peace with family before the endless grind resumed. The kind of beautifully sculpted garden retreats enjoyed by the elite were simply a pipe dream for most. So, while Pompeii was undeniably vibrant with entertainment and leisure possibilities, it was also a stark, ever-present reflection of its deep social divisions. Whether you were cheering in the amphitheater, laughing at a bawdy farce, or soaking in the communal baths, your experience was profoundly shaped by your precise status. Still, it was a city that understood the fundamental human need for diversion and escape, a place where the human desire for spectacle and relaxation bloomed, even under the shadow of a truly, truly angry mountain. So, you've seen the grand Roman spectacles, the gladiators, the chariots, the drama, and perhaps even enjoyed a relaxing, if somewhat alarmingly communal, bath. But before we head off for a hypothetical evening meal, let's pivot to another intensely integral, though often less discussed aspect of Pompeian leisure and daily life: the brothels. Now, let me be clear. This isn't going to be some prissy, sanitized history lesson you'd fall asleep to. We're about to pull back the curtain on a part of Pompeii's everyday reality that was messy, often brutal, and profoundly human. So, if you're easily offended by the realities of ancient life, feel free to skip this bit. For everyone else, let's bravely explore this fascinating, grimy corner of history. At the literal heart of Pompeii's commercial and social fabric were its many brothels. The most famous, and perhaps most revealing, is the lupanar. Its name even comes from the Latin word for wolf, lupa, which was a slang term for prostitute. Seriously, wolf den. Forget any romanticized, soft-focus notions you might have conjured from Hollywood films with lingering shots on silken robes. Archaeological excavations paint a grim, stark picture. The Lupanar, for instance, was a cramped two-story building in a busy commercial district, featuring 10 small, absolutely tiny cells on each floor. These cells were little more than confined, windowless boxes, equipped with nothing but a built-in stone bed. That's right, a solid stone slab. You can almost hear the joints audibly protesting every single time someone tried to get comfortable on that. The architectural features of these spaces scream efficiency and containment rather than comfort or, God forbid, privacy. The lighting would have been dim, good for hiding the stone beds, I guess. The air probably thick with lamp smoke, sweat, and that pervasive Roman smell of unwashed bodies mingled with strong, desperate perfume. This was a place of sharp, transactional interactions, not lingering romance or whispered sweet nothings. But those frescoes, though. Oh, those explicit frescoes. Found decorating the walls of these brothels, and usually above each doorway, offering a visual preview. They weren't just random art to fill blank space. They were carefully curated. These explicit paintings depicting various sexual acts were thoughtfully designed to provide arousal, and fascinatingly, to serve as an illustrated menu of available services. They were bold, direct, and utterly unapologetic about their purpose. But here's the subtle kicker. While undeniably highly erotic, they tended to avoid overtly taboo acts, sticking to variations of what was considered acceptable within the confines of Roman sexual norms. This suggests a commercial pragmatism. They knew their market. These images catered to a wide and complicated clientele, ranging from enslaved laborers seeking a momentary paid escape to wealthy free-born men exercising their casual, unquestioned privilege. The art served not only to excite, but also to normalize and advertise these transactions, reinforcing the societal understanding of sex as a purchasable commodity. It's like an ancient, extremely eye-catching, incredibly NSFW advertising campaign. The graffiti and inscriptions scrawled on the very walls of these brothels are perhaps even more revealing than the frescoes. They provide a raw, uncensored glimpse into the day-to-day happenings, revealing the diverse status of both the prostitutes and their many clients. You'll find names scrawled alongside prices, blunt reviews, some good, some less glowing, and even declarations of love or lust, or merely a numerical tally of visits. Crucially, these inscriptions include the names of both enslaved individuals and freed women who worked there, highlighting the complex, often heartbreaking intersection of freedom and servitude. For some, this life was forced upon them, a horrifying reality from which there was no escape. For others, it might have been a desperate, last-resort economic strategy, perhaps a grim path towards eventual freedom. The sheer volume of this raw, immediate textual evidence offers a truly unique window into a marginalized segment of society whose actual voices are rarely heard elsewhere in the historical record. It's like their ancient Roman Twitter feed, except far more honest and etched permanently into stone. And what about the women performing this service? The life of a prostitute in Pompeii, particularly an enslaved one, was defined by immense emotional, physical, and ideological labor. Physically, their bodies were commodified and tirelessly used, little more than tools for others' pleasure. Emotionally, they had to navigate a constant stream of strangers, often forced to display a transactional intimacy while somehow maintaining an inner resilience and semblance of self. Ideologically, they were marginalized, often seen as outside respectable society, yet absolutely essential, and dare I say profitable, to its functioning. Their daily survival depended on these performances, their bodies and painfully limited agency constantly negotiated within the harsh societal limits imposed upon them. They were, in essence, providing a vital, if often dehumanizing service for the city's male population, but at an incredibly, tragically high personal cost. So, while brothel life was undeniably a grim sight of profound exploitation, particularly for enslaved women, It occasionally and rarely offered a perverse form of agency, a tiny sliver of hope within these incredibly harsh societal limits. For some, freedom might have been an eventual distant dream, purchased through years of grueling, soul-crushing work. We have rare examples, like the famous freedwoman Hygiene, who managed to build a modest life for herself after gaining freedom. But these were truly the exceptions. For the vast majority, it was a brutal, anonymous, and tragically short-lived existence, a dark underbelly to Pompeii's vibrant, bustling public life. It's a sobering reminder that even in a city so full of life, not everyone got to live it on their own terms. Okay, so we've talked about the rich folks with their impressive flexes, the bustling middle ground, and even the rather grim realities of brothel life. Now, let's peel back the deepest, most uncomfortable layer of Pompeii's intricate social structure, the absolute, undeniable human backbone of their entire lavish civilization. We're talking about slavery, and if you're picturing just a few chaps fetching grapes for the master, prepare for a very rude awakening. These were the invisible hands, the countless unheard voices, the tireless, forced engine that literally kept Pompeii, and indeed the whole Roman Empire, running 24/7. Slaves were everywhere. They were woven into every single thread of Pompeian society, making up a significant, though ultimately horrifyingly unquantifiable, share of the population. They weren't just polishing the elite's silver or massaging their tired feet after a long day of public speaking. Their roles spanned the entire grueling spectrum of Pompeii's economy. You'd find them tirelessly performing incessant domestic service in nearly every household, fetching water for those elaborate baths we talked about, tirelessly grinding grain into flour that wasn't for them, preparing meals they'd never taste, and endlessly cleaning, scrubbing, and polishing. They constituted the unseen workforce in bustling workshops, from skilled weavers. Imagine trying to coordinate 7 male weavers and 11 female spinners in one cramped space, to those who had the dubious honor of managing the smelly business of public urinals we touched upon earlier. And let's not forget the truly brutal reality of sex work in the brothels, as we've already covered in uncomfortable detail. But perhaps their most widespread and utterly vital role was in agriculture. Historical sources suggest that enslaved individuals were even more numerous and more important in Pompeii's agricultural economy, especially on the vast, fertile vineyards and olive groves surrounding the city. Every single Campanian villa producing that glorious olive oil or delicious wine ran on the relentless, back-breaking forced labor of a substantial cause of enslaved individuals. Now, these weren't lives of leisure or even basic human comfort. The conditions for most enslaved people in Pompeii ranged from harsh to downright horrific. Many, particularly the agricultural slaves, were confined to truly miserable living quarters. Archaeology shows living spaces like celle, tiny, undecorated rooms with beaten earth floors and tiny shaft windows, more akin to animal pens than human dwellings, where numerous slaves might have slept, crammed together in the dark. And if you want a truly gruesome detail, from the impressive villa of the mosaic columns just beyond the city gates, archaeologists made a chilling discovery: a skeleton in an underground slave prison, an ergastulum with its tibiae, shin bones, still bound by iron circles of stocks anchored firmly in the ground. This wasn't just a jail, it was a permanent torture device designed for confinement and punishment, a reminder of the sheer brutality of their existence. Even during the eruption itself, some enslaved doorkeepers were reportedly left chained in place, unable to escape their duties, doomed to face certain death while ensuring their masters could flee. It's a stark, horrifying reminder that in this society, human life was often purely transactional, valued only for its forced labor. Despite this overwhelmingly bleak picture, the relationships between the enslaved, the freedmen, who were once enslaved themselves, and their masters were, like any human dynamic, incredibly complex. While genuine emotional bonds could certainly form, with historical evidence suggesting affectionate relationships between enslaved childminders and their young free charges, these connections always existed within the incredibly unequal, brutal power dynamic of owner and property. Enslaved people were legal property, legally owned, but their identity in a small town like Pompeii was often inextricably tied to their owners and their fellow enslaved peers. Paradoxically, some domestic slaves had a surprising degree of public visibility. They might run important errands in the forum for the master's wife, or accompany children to school, acting as de facto agents of their owners throughout the bustling town. The town of Pompeii itself even owned slaves, likely putting them to work on municipal construction and repair projects or tasks requiring greater responsibility, effectively becoming the ancient Roman public works department. And here's where a tiny flickering candle of hope might have appeared for some. While extremely limited and never guaranteed, there was a path to manumission, formal freedom. Preferred enslaved individuals, those perhaps marked by their owners for future manumission, might even be allowed to participate in the imperial cult as ministri Augustiae, minor priesthoods that somewhat elevated their status and gave them a unique public profile within the community. This subtly smoothed their transition into potential civic roles as freedmen, allowing them to gain a social foothold and a reputation before they were officially released from bondage. However, freedom didn't mean full equality. Freedmen, as we've seen with the incredibly wealthy Vetti brothers, could accumulate immense fortunes through astute business dealings, becoming prominent figures in the local economy. But certain top-tier political offices generally remained out of reach for them, though their freeborn children might eventually ascend those ladders. It was a slow, often agonizingly generational climb, a testament to relentless ambition, sheer grit, and a large helping of luck. Archaeological finds continue to shed haunting light on these hidden lives, literally allowing us to see where they slept and worked. The villa of Civita Juliana, near Pompeii, for instance, has given us hauntingly preserved examples of slave quarters, depicting stark living conditions firsthand and a direct, chilling insight into the physical reality of their confinement. These discoveries, along with the detailed inscriptions and graffiti that mention enslaved individuals by name or role, paint a more complete, if often heartbreaking, picture of their omnipresence and indispensable importance. So, while we often stand in awe of the grand villas, the public buildings, and the impressive infrastructure of Pompeii, it's crucial to remember the hidden backbone, the unquantified millions of forced laborers whose suffering underpinned the entire Roman Empire. Their stories, though often silent in the historical record, are literally etched into the very stones of Pompeii, a constant, sobering reminder of the complex, often brutal tapestry of ancient life. It makes you profoundly grateful for those little freedoms we take for granted every single day, doesn't it? Every decision, every comfort was built on their broken backs. So now, you've survived a Roman workday, navigated the complex social strata, and perhaps even learned more about ancient brothels than you ever wanted to know. Now let's talk about something truly universal, something that unites humanity across millennia. Food. You might be feeling a bit peckish after all that historical immersion, but before you instinctively reach for your perfectly packaged, conveniently refrigerated snack, let's take a deep dive into the delicious, and often wildly questionable, culinary landscape of ancient Pompeii. Because for all their grand buildings and sophisticated entertainment, when it came to eating, it was usually a far cry from your modern-day Michelin star experience. Don't expect clean plates or complex flavors. Pompeians had a diet built on hardcore staples. Think simple, robust, and whatever was readily available and wouldn't actively kill you. Bread, olives, and wine formed the undisputed triumvirate of daily sustenance. Bread was, of course, utterly essential. The fundamental carb load of every single meal, every single day. We know this because archaeologists have identified at least 33 commercial bakeries in Pompeii alone, churning out loaves tirelessly. It was like living in a perpetual artisanal bread fair. Olives, both as a fruit and pressed into oil, were ubiquitous, providing all-important fat and flavor. And wine, well, wine flowed freely, often watered down to make it last longer, and probably to keep everyone slightly less hammered than if they drank it straight. It usually served as a far safer and more palatable drink than the local, often questionable, water. But then, ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at the true star, or perhaps the deliciously rotten villain, of Roman cooking, garum. We touched on it briefly, but it demands its own moment in the spotlight. This wasn't some optional condiment you'd find next to the salt and pepper. Oh no, garum was the ultimate flavor enhancer, basically the umami bomb of the ancient world. It was made from fermented fish guts and various discarded fish bits. Imagine taking fish entrails, letting them rot in the sun with a generous amount of salt until they liquefied into a pungent, umami-rich elixir. Pliny the Elder, the original ancient Roman food critic and chronicler of literally everything, even specifically noted Pompeii's fame for its garum production. So next time you're contemplating a dash of fish sauce in your Thai curry, spare a thought for the Roman original. Odds are it was even funkier. Now, about cooking. If you lived in Pompeii, your kitchen probably looked radically different from your sleek, modern setup. Actually, for a huge chunk of Pompeians, their kitchen was basically the street. Cooking at home was a significant fire hazard, especially in cramped urban dwellings where open flames could quickly consume a wooden roof and spread like, well, wildfire, a particular concern in a city still rebuilding from earthquakes. This constant, very real threat of an accidental inferno meant that many residents, particularly the poorer working classes who occupied the ground floor streets, relied heavily on street food. And that's precisely where the thermopolia came in, your ancient Roman fast food venues. These weren't white tablecloth restaurants with reservation systems. They were bustling snack bars, often featuring a large L-shaped counter embedded with dolia, big ceramic jars used to hold hot food and drinks, like ancient, very large slow cookers or bain-maries. Many poor residents, completely lacking proper cooking facilities themselves, basically ate out for every single meal. So if your belly was rumbling, you'd head to the nearest thermopolium, grab a hot stew or some lentils, maybe a bit of cheese, and eat it right there on the go, served from a giant communal ceramic pot. Sounds incredibly convenient, right? Probably tasted better than that cold, sad, slightly squashed sandwich you sometimes bring to work. Though I'm pretty sure napkins were considered a luxury item. Archaeology, in its incredibly intricate way, has been remarkably kind to our understanding of Pompeian diets, often doing the equivalent of literally unearthing ancient leftovers. We have extensive archaeological evidence of preserved food items, often carbonized, but still remarkably recognizable. Think jars of olives, sacks of wheat, even perfectly carbonized bread, sometimes still intact loaves after almost 2 millennia. But here's the really gross bit. The forensic analysis of Pompeian sewers and latrines has yielded astonishing, undeniable insights into their diet. These ancient cesspools show evidence of everything from figs, grapes, dates, and nuts, the healthy stuff, to various cereals, seafood, and even dormice. Yes, those adorable little rodents were apparently a Roman delicacy, baked or roasted. So, next time you're scraping your plate, remember what you could have been eating. And it's not just the food itself. We also find all sorts of cooking paraphernalia. Bronze pots, ceramic plates, mixing bowls, and even portable charcoal braziers used for quick cooking outdoors. It all paints a vivid picture of a diverse, albeit not always appetizing, food culture. But, as with nearly everything in Pompeii, there was a stark, almost absurd contrast between the haves and have-nots when it came to dining. For the common folk, their diet was simple, functional, and designed purely for sustenance and energy for a day of hard labor. For the elite, however, meals were not just about eating. They were about lavish display, social performance, and flexing your immense wealth in the most edible way possible. Imagine banquets where exotic dishes were served, prepared by enslaved chefs with incredibly specialized and complex culinary skills. These wealthy Romans would recline in dedicated dining rooms on couches, making a leisurely, extended event out of every meal, enjoying roasted dormice. Yes, again, they really loved them. Oysters from distant shores, various meats, and a wider, far more diverse array of fruits and vegetables, all washed down with fine, unwatered wine. There's even archaeological evidence of truly extravagant luxury foods, like expensive shellfish imported from afar, and even actual giraffe bones, found near elite residences. So, while the average Pompeian was gnawing on a simple piece of bread and a handful of olives bought from a street vendor, the elite were hosting ancient tasting menus, likely complaining about the garum pairings or whether the imported oysters were truly fresh. Ultimately, food in Pompeii was far more than just mere sustenance. It was a potent symbol of social status, a clear reflection of daily life's rhythms, and a constant negotiation with the city's inherent challenges, like the ever-present, terrifying risk of fire. It truly makes you appreciate your modern kitchen, doesn't it? And perhaps gives you a newfound appreciation for bland, odor-free, non-urine laundered tap water. Enjoy your next meal. All right, you've eaten some truly strange food, worked like a Roman, and probably still smell like it, and perhaps even glimpsed the raunchier side of Pompeii. Now, let's pivot to something truly universal for humans across time: how they presented themselves to the world. Or more accurately, how they valiantly tried to. Because in ancient Pompeii, your appearance wasn't just about looking conventionally good. It was a screaming, undeniable billboard advertising your social status, your wealth, and your precise, often infuriatingly rigid place in that incredibly intricate hierarchy. And maintaining that appearance, well, let's just say it was a constant, grueling, uphill battle against the grim, grimy realities of ancient urban life. A battle you'd probably lose without your sparkling modern amenities and, soap. First up, your wardrobe. Clothing in Pompeii was less about personal style statements and more about shouting your social standing across a crowded forum. If you were a Roman citizen man of any significant rank, especially one performing civic duties, you'd be wrestling yourself into a toga. We've groaned about it before, but it bears repeating. This wasn't some casually draped bath towel you just toss on. Oh no, it was a massive, incredibly heavy, semi-circular piece of white wool fabric, often weighing over 10 pounds of pure, itchy dedication. It required meticulous pleating, constant adjusting, and probably dedicated enslaved individuals for assistance and an internal pep talk, just to keep it from slipping off your shoulder and embarrassing you in public. Imagine trying to negotiate a crowded marketplace or deliver a passionate, dramatic speech while effectively wearing a woolly sleeping bag that constantly threatened to trip you over. The toga was the ultimate visual symbol of Roman citizenship and dignity, strictly reserved for formal public appearances. It literally screamed, "I am a free Roman man of importance, and yes, I have people to help me keep this monstrosity from falling off and exposing my ankles." For the respectable Roman matron, her public power suit was the stola, a long, often elegant, sleeveless dress worn over an undertunic, typically belted high, and usually accompanied by a palla, a rectangular shawl lovingly draped over the shoulders and head. The stola was her public declaration of respectable married status, sober and conservative, a subtle flex of domestic virtue and proper conduct. For pretty much everyone else, the laborers, the enslaved, many middle-class citizens, women of lower status, or even just elites relaxing casually at home, the humble tunic was the order of the day. Simple, practical, and a whole lot less likely to send you face-planting into the street. Tunic length, color, and any decorative stripes, like the broad purple stripe, the laticlavus for senators, or a narrower one for equestrians, subtly but effectively communicated your exact place in society. So your wardrobe truly did all the talking for you, whether you liked it or not. Now, on to personal grooming, which, shockingly, was a surprisingly elaborate affair, considering the circumstances. You might picture Roman baths as these pristine, spa-like oases, and, in a way for their time, they genuinely were. We've already explored public baths as vibrant social hubs, but they were also absolutely central to personal hygiene, especially given the general unavoidable grime and dubious smells of the city. Pompeians would visit the baths regularly, perhaps even daily, not just to clean themselves, but to exercise, socialize, and primp to the best of their abilities. The full process typically involved moving through various heated rooms to work up a sweat, getting slathered with oil, and sometimes massaged in, and then scraping off the dirt, oil, and sweat with a metal strigil, a curved, often bronze scraper, which, let's be honest, sounds just delightful. Then, into various temperature pools. Imagine sharing a communal bath with dozens of your sweating, scraping, inevitably splashing neighbors. Not quite your private jacuzzi with scented bath bombs and mood lighting, is it? Cosmetics were certainly a thing, and not just for the ladies. Women used finely ground mineral pigments for eyeshadow and cheek color, and sometimes even dangerous lead-based whitening creams, which, spoiler alert, were probably not great for their long-term health or complexion. Hairdressing could be incredibly elaborate, particularly for elite women, involving complex braids, towering curls, and even carefully assembled hairpieces, all designed to reflect the latest fashions from Rome. Specialized enslaved persons, often highly skilled, were essential for creating and maintaining these intricate styles. Men, on the other hand, generally kept their hair shorter and were often clean-shaven, a fashion that became quite popular in the late Republic. So yes, they genuinely cared about their appearance, constantly battling the elements and limited tools to put their best, most socially acceptable foot, or toga, forward. But now, for the truly gritty, grim realities of hygiene. While the Romans are famously lauded for their impressive aqueducts and extensive public baths, the actual day-to-day sanitation in a densely populated city like Pompeii was, shall we say, a perpetual work in progress. Despite having sophisticated water systems supplying public fountains and some private homes, waste removal was often surprisingly rudimentary and inefficient. Sewers existed, but they weren't universal. Many houses didn't connect to them, dumping into cesspits instead, and often they simply discharged directly into the streets or just outside the city walls. This limited, often overflowing sanitation meant that human and animal waste was an ever-present, pervasive reality on the streets. Think overflowing chamber pots, refuse casually tossed out upper-story windows, so keep an eye out for falling detritus, and the constant presence of animal manure from all those mules and horses. This delightful, pervasive concoction meant the risks of disease were incredibly, terrifyingly high. Coupled with the common presence of intestinal parasites, and a complete lack of understanding of germ theory, things like dysentery, typhoid, and other infectious diseases would have been widespread, debilitating, and often deadly. It was a constant losing fight against microscopic enemies they couldn't even comprehend existed. Speaking of which, let's tie it all back to the overwhelming, inescapable sensory experience of truly living in Pompeii. Your modern senses, pampered by filtered air and noise-cancelling headphones, would likely be in utter revolt. The smells, that omnipresent blend of baking bread, the good, familiar one, the truly pungent garum, the unavoidable human waste, various animal odors, often decaying, wood smoke from countless fires, and whatever else was wafting through the narrow streets. You'd be living in a constant, inescapable olfactory soup. The sounds, the braying of mules, the relentless clatter of wooden carts on cobblestones, the shouts of vendors vying for attention, the rhythmic clang of blacksmiths' hammers, the gurgling and splashing of water from public fountains, and the indistinct, constant hum of thousands of people living their noisy lives. The textures, the rough basalt of the roads, often slippery with various unnamed fluids, the constant jostling against surprisingly rough wool tunics and cloaks in crowded thoroughfares, the fine, ever-present dust in the air, especially in the dry summer months. Life was a full sensory, often overwhelming experience, inescapable and relentlessly intense. No air conditioning, no silent electric cars, no isolated soundproofed rooms to escape to. Every single moment was an assault on, or occasionally a fleeting delight to, the senses. It was raw, immediate, and utterly unavoidable. So, while Pompeians certainly put significant effort into their appearance, cultivating a very specific public image through carefully chosen clothing and meticulous grooming, they did so against a backdrop of fundamental, frankly disgusting hygienic challenges that we, in the modern world, simply don't have to deal with to the same extent. Next time you find yourself complaining about your municipal trash service or a less than sparkling public restroom, remember the folks in Pompeii. And maybe, just maybe, take an extra long, extra hot, incredibly private shower with plenty of delicious, non-urine-based soap. You earned it. Now that you've probably scrubbed off a few more layers of historical grime, digested that weird garum, and hopefully gotten over the shock of ancient Roman personal hygiene, you've even experienced true Roman leisure, from gladiators to stone beds. Now, let's talk about something incredibly pervasive in Pompeian life, something that touched nearly every moment from the braying of the first mule at dawn till the last flicker of lamplight at dusk. Religion. This wasn't some reserved, once-a-week, Sunday-only affair like going to church. For Romans, spirituality was absolutely baked into the very fabric of their existence. An almost constant, practical negotiation with the divine, meticulously ensuring good fortune and desperately warding off bad vibes. It was less about blind faith and more about a cosmic quid pro quo. First up, and perhaps most intimately, was that staple of every home, regardless of how grand or how humble, household worship at the Lararium. We briefly touched on these little shrines in the morning rituals section, but they truly deserve a deeper dive. Present in virtually every Pompeian home, from the grandest, most ostentatious villa belonging to the 0.1% to the humblest, most cramped workshop dwelling, the Lararium, was the undisputed spiritual heart of the family. Typically located in a prominent spot like the atrium, in the kitchen near the hearth, or sometimes even nestled amongst the lush plants of a garden peristyle, these household shrines were lovingly dedicated to the Laws, who were basically the protective gods of the family and home. They were often depicted as dancing, youthful figures holding drinking horns, looking rather cheerful for deities, kind of like the ancient Roman version of happy little guardian angels. Alongside them, you'd frequently find a depiction of the genius, the male head of the household's particular protective spirit, often appearing as a snake or a human figure, or the Juno, the female head spirit. Daily, or at the very least regularly, the family would gather here, likely led by the pater familias, the ancient Roman patriarch, for simple, intimate devotions. These weren't grand public ceremonies with roaring crowds. They were personal, deeply felt moments of connection with their specific, personal pantheon. You might carefully place fresh garlands on the little statues of the gods, offer a tiny splash of wine from your cup, a few precious grains of spelt, the Roman equivalent of artisanal sourdough, or even a humble honey cake as a sweet treat for the gods. These small, repetitive acts, performed collectively in front of the family, were ways to seek blessings, offer thanks for good fortune, and, crucially, ensure the continued health and well-being of the household. The sheer number and astonishing variety of these shrines, from simple painted niches to surprisingly elaborate miniature temples, tells you volumes about how deeply religious Pompeians were, regardless of their precise social ladder rung. Heck, even enslaved individuals were generally included in these domestic rites, reflecting their integration, albeit in a deeply subordinate role, within the household unit, and perhaps offering them some spiritual comfort or a moment of psychological respite from their daily toil. Beyond the fiercely personal, there was a vibrant, extremely public, and absolutely essential religious life. The Forum, that bustling civic and commercial center we've discussed, was also a powerful religious landscape, literally dominated by magnificent temples. The imposing Temple of Jupiter, for example, stood at the northern end of the Forum, an intimidating presence that literally dominated the skyline and embodied the official state cult. Other significant temples included the Temple of Apollo, one of Pompeii's oldest and most important sanctuaries, dedicated to the god of light, music, and prophecy, and the Temple of Fortuna Augusta, dedicated specifically to the emperor's fortune, emphasizing the close, intertwined relationship between civic duty and imperial religion. Public festivals and rites were constant, lively affairs, performed by robed priests and magistrates, often accompanied by elaborate animal sacrifices, grand processions through the streets, and even massive public feasts. Who doesn't love free food? These events were not just religious observances, they were massive communal, civic spectacles, fostering an intense sense of shared identity and allegiance to the Roman state and its multitude of gods. Think less quiet contemplation, more massive block party with religious overtones and guaranteed free food. It was how Rome stayed Rome. Indeed, religion played a crucial and utterly pervasive role in fostering social cohesion within Pompeii, genuinely binding its diverse and often stratified population together through shared belief and common ritual. Whether you were an elite citizen making a public offering at the Grand Temple of Jupiter, a pragmatic merchant praying to Mercury, the god of commerce, naturally, at a street shrine before a big deal, or an enslaved laborer offering a quiet prayer at their humble family lararium, these shared practices created a powerful sense of community and common purpose. More profoundly, religion offered a powerful, often desperate, mechanism for coping with the inherent uncertainties and terrifying dangers of ancient life. Plagues, devastating famines, unpredictable earthquakes, and the constant nagging threat of a capricious Mount Vesuvius. Life in Pompeii was profoundly uncertain. People lived in a world without scientific understanding of disease, geology, or natural disasters. Thus, appealing to the gods through fervent prayer, meticulous offerings, and consulting various forms of divination was a primary means of seeking protection, attempting to understand overwhelming misfortune, and exerting some perceived control over an inherently uncontrollable world. the flourishing of various cults, including those dedicated to exotic Egyptian deities like Isis, whose temple was particularly prominent in Pompeii, or even local deities and heroes, demonstrates a wonderfully diverse spiritual landscape, where people sought comfort and divine favor wherever they could possibly find it. So, while we might view religion through our detached, often secular modern lens, for the Pompeians, it was utterly, fundamentally interwoven with their daily grind, their social structure, and their very survival. It wasn't just faith, it was public life, it was private comfort, and it was their primary means of navigating a world far more unpredictable, dangerous, and mysterious than our own. It's a humbling reminder of how deeply fundamental the human need for meaning, control, and a good luck charm can be in the face of the unknown. And who are we to judge? All right, you've almost made it through a full simulated day in ancient Pompeii. You've theoretically dealt with the hygiene, understood the social pecking order, grabbed some questionable street food, and perhaps even appeased a few household gods who probably needed a strong drink. But now, let's talk about a crucial detail that fundamentally shaped the city's last few decades, a constant ominous rumbling beneath the surface. The devastating AD 62 earthquake. Because Mount Vesuvius hitting the doomsday button in 79 AD, that wasn't its first act of geological melodrama. No, 17 years prior, the very earth underneath Pompeii decided to throw a massive temper tantrum, and it forever altered the fabric of Pompeian life, turning parts of it into a perpetual construction zone. Imagine waking up not to the usual clang of blacksmiths or the braying of mules, but to the terrifying, unthinkable roar of the earth itself, literally tearing itself apart. On February 5th, 62 AD, an earthquake of immense magnitude, estimated at around 7.5 on the Richter scale, which, for context, is significantly stronger than anything most modern cities ever, thankfully, experience, shook Pompeii to its very core. This wasn't just a little rumble. This was a catastrophic seismic event that literally leveled large sections of the city. Seneca the Younger, a contemporary philosopher and chronicler of Roman life, famously wrote that the town collapsed, attributing it to the shock itself or from panic. Archaeological evidence overwhelmingly corroborates his dramatic account, showing widespread, brutal damage across both public and private buildings. Many houses became outright uninhabitable, their walls crumbling into rubble, roofs collapsing like soggy cardboard, and frescoes shattering into a million pieces. Even the impressive Forum, the very heart of civic life, suffered extensive damage, with major buildings like the Capitolium, the main temple dedicated to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, basically their equivalent of a sacred city hall, and the Basilica, a critical law court and meeting hall requiring colossal multi-year repairs. It was a monumental disaster, wiping out years of meticulously built infrastructure in mere minutes, a truly humbling, terrifying display of nature's raw, unbridled power. The immediate aftermath was, predictably, pure, unadulterated chaos. Pompeii, much like many modern cities that get walloped by a natural disaster, began the arduous, painstaking process of rebuilding. This wasn't some quick fix or a weekend DIY project. It was an ongoing, truly Herculean effort that spanned a staggering 17 years, right up until the final, infamous eruption in 79 AD. Think about that. Almost 2 entire decades of constant construction dust, omnipresent scaffolding, and the ceaseless, rhythmic sounds of rebuilding. Public buildings, critical infrastructure like the aqueduct, which, let's be honest, you really need for those baths, and countless private homes embarked on extensive, often incredibly elaborate, reconstruction and restoration projects. If you visited Pompeii during this period, you'd see it everywhere. Fresh marble facing being reapplied, grand columns slowly being re-erected, and intricate, colorful frescoes being painted over newly repaired, still drying plaster walls. And some wealthy individuals, ever the optimists, or perhaps just opportunistic, even took this as a golden chance to enlarge or completely redecorate their already opulent homes, investing heavily in the city's future despite the constant, ominous geological warnings. It was a period of intense urban transformation, a testament to the Pompeians' incredible resilience, their stubborn refusal to give up, and perhaps a healthy or unhealthy dose of denial about their rather temperamental seismic neighborhood. This prolonged period of rebuilding had a profound and lasting impact on Pompeii's social and economic structures. The construction industry naturally experienced an unprecedented boom, creating a massive demand for new jobs for laborers, skilled artisans, and craftspeople. Money from both significant public funds and the vast private fortunes of the wealthy poured into these reconstruction efforts, providing a much-needed stimulant to the local economy. However, this non-stop building also meant that significant parts of the city remained a constant construction site. Even by 79 AD, many houses were still famously unoccupied or undergoing reconstruction, and some public buildings weren't even fully restored. This ongoing state of incompleteness likely led to a subtle but significant redistribution of populations within the city, with some areas more heavily impacted and much slower to recover. Wealthy families, if they could afford it, might have temporarily moved to their country villas, while others congregated in less damaged or more quickly repaired parts of the city, causing shifts in neighborhood demographics. The earthquake also profoundly impacted the city's political landscape. The sheer scale of rebuilding required significant, decisive civic leadership and a constant flow of funding, placing immense pressure on local magistrates and the decurions, the town council, basically, the city council members. Their ability, or inability, to effectively manage and finance these gargantuan projects would have directly influenced their standing, their reputation, and their popularity among the citizens. The disaster probably fueled a greater sense of civic responsibility and communal effort, rallying the populace, but it also starkly highlighted existing class disparities. The wealthy could often bounce back far more quickly, and some likely even profited handsomely from the crisis, while the less fortunate struggled desperately to repair their damaged homes and livelihoods, deepening existing inequalities. It was a brutal test of the city's collective spirit, forcing adaptations and painfully revealing its inherent vulnerabilities. So while Pompeii is infamous for its fiery, ash-choked end, the AD 62 earthquake was a crucial, devastating precursor. Think of it as a prolonged, intense dress rehearsal, subtly yet profoundly shaping the city, its infrastructure, and its resilient inhabitants in the years leading up to the final, truly devastating act. It highlights their incredible human resilience, their resourcefulness in the face of overwhelming odds, and perhaps their profound, ultimately tragically misplaced trust that despite the ominous shudders of the earth, life would always return to some semblance of normal. A sobering reminder that sometimes the writing isn't just on the wall, it's literally etched into every crumbling stone. Okay, so we've rebuilt, we've partied, we've appeased the gods, or so we thought, those fickle deities. And we've endured the daily grind of Pompeian life, all against the worrying backdrop of a grumpy volcano that had just rocked the city pretty hard 17 years prior. You'd think that would be enough geological drama for one lifetime, right? But no, Mother Nature, in her infinite capacity for utterly devastating theatricality, had one final, utterly devastating mic drop planned. We now know, with the chilling clarity of hindsight, that the 62 AD earthquake was just a geological sound check. On August 24th to 25th, 79 AD, Mount Vesuvius decided it was time for the headline act, and let me tell you, it was a show no one in Pompeii wanted tickets to. Ever. Imagine a perfectly mundane day in Pompeii. Maybe you're out haggling for some plump olives in the forum, or perhaps you're catching up on the latest gossip and questionable hygiene at the public baths. The sun is shining. The air probably smells faintly of garum. Then, suddenly, the sky darkens. Not with an ordinary cloud, or even a dramatic thunderstorm, but with something far more terrifying. Something utterly unnatural. This wasn't a quick cinematic explosion, mind you. The eruption unfolded in deadly, agonizing stages, like a slow-motion horror film you can't look away from. The first 12 to 18 hours brought a relentless, almost biblical, pumice stone downpour. This wasn't gentle, fluffy ash, folks. Many of these pumice stones were genuinely fist-sized, falling with the velocity of miniature meteors, over 50 meters per second. Basically ancient, hot volcanic projectiles raining down on your head. The city was rapidly plunged into almost complete, terrifying darkness as the colossal eruption plume blotted out the very sun itself. Buildings, once sturdy, started to groan, split, and then collapse under the sheer, unforgiving weight of the accumulating pumice, especially during the second and third hours of this relentless bombardment. This initial, terrifying phase probably prompted a widespread, desperate, instinctual mass evacuation as people finally registered the terrifying reality and fled the pumice and the very real threat of collapsing roofs. The responses of the Pompeians were a desperate, harrowing mix of primal instinct to survive and ultimately futile hope. Many, thankfully, chose flight, running towards the perceived safety of the sea or inland, abandoning everything to try and outrun the apocalypse. The archaeological record chillingly shows that a significant portion of the population, perhaps as much as 80%, managed to escape in the early, terrifying hours of the eruption. Imagine the sheer, heart-stopping terror, abandoning everything you own, your entire livelihood, your whole world, just running from what must have seemed like the end of all existence. Others, perhaps more stubborn, or too sick or frail to flee, or maybe just in profound denial that things could possibly get worse, made the fatal decision to shelter in their homes or public buildings, foolishly believing the thick roofs might somehow protect them from this alien fiery rain. And then there were the panicked souls, tragically caught, overwhelmed by the choking ash and the relentless raining stones, desperately crying out for help that, in that apocalyptic landscape, would never, ever come. It was a city caught in utter, suffocating chaos, a horrifying tableau of concentrated human struggle against an unstoppable, terrifyingly indifferent force of nature. And then came the final, brutal, mercifully swift act of annihilation. After the pumice phase had done its initial damage, the eruption transitioned into something infinitely more deadly, more terrifying. Pyroclastic surges. These weren't slow-moving, aesthetically pleasing flows of lava. Oh no, these were immensely hot, incredibly fast-moving currents, superheated avalanches of gas, ash, and volcanic debris, racing down the mountain at hundreds of miles per hour, truly inescapable. The third surge, occurring around a chilling 5:30 a.m. on August 25th, was the one that first slammed into Pompeii's northern wall, instantly baking everything in its path. Subsequent surges then followed, utterly overwhelming the rest of the town, burying it completely and erasing it from the map. These surges were so unbelievably hot and moved with such terrifying speed that they caused instant, often horrifying, death. People weren't merely suffocated by ash. They were often instantly vaporized, carbonized, or flash-heated, their muscles contracting in a final, agonizing spasm before their bodies were eerily encased in the settling ash, creating a perfect mold. These chilling final moments, captured in their agonizing, desperate positions, are what truly set Pompeii apart and make it so haunting. Thanks to the meticulous forensic work of Giuseppe Fiorelli in the 19th century, we have the iconic plaster casts. When archaeologists found voids in the hardened ash where bodies once lay, they expertly poured plaster into them, revealing the exact, agonizing forms of victims at the precise moment of their death. A man shielding his face, a family huddled together in a futile embrace, a dog writhing in agony. These aren't just skeletons. They are haunting three-dimensional snapshots of agonizing finality, personal tragedies preserved forever in the geological record. The sensory experience of those last hours for those who remained must have been unimaginable, a true vision of hell on earth. First, the terrifying, sustained roar of the eruption itself, a sound so immense it must have drowned out all other noise, deafening and terrifying. Then the ash fall, transforming day into an impenetrable, suffocating darkness, the air thick with fine, abrasive, burning particles. You literally couldn't see your hand in front of your face. You could barely breathe, and the air itself would have been scorching hot, searing your lungs with every desperate gasp. Finally, the suffocating, instantaneous heat of the surges would have been the last sensation for many, an intense, fiery inferno that carbonized wood, flesh, and even bone in an instant. It was a hellish, inescapable nightmare playing out in slow motion, punctuated by terrifying, sudden bursts of absolute annihilation. Imagine the very last smell being burned hair, flesh, and sulfur. A truly unforgettable and horrifying olfactory final act. So, while we can stand in awe of Pompeii's remarkably preserved beauty today, it's crucial to remember that this unparalleled, pristine snapshot of ancient life came at a truly horrifying, unimaginable human cost. The city wasn't just buried, it was swallowed whole by an incandescent, furious force, leaving behind a chilling, almost poetic monument to human vulnerability and futility in the face of nature's unyielding, destructive wrath. Gives you a new appreciation for clear skies, doesn't it? Now that you've endured the horrifying final moments of Pompeii, witnessed the ash, felt the imagined heat, smelled the sulfur, and acknowledged the truly terrifying, indifferent power of nature, we've left the city in utter apocalyptic silence, buried beneath layers of volcanic wrath. For nearly 1,700 years, Pompeii was gone. Not just forgotten, but literally erased from the landscape, a phantom city, its vibrant life snuffed out and completely covered, its immense tragedy unknown to the world above. But sometimes, in the most unexpected and bizarre twists of fate, complete, utter destruction can actually be the greatest preserver. And so we arrive at the incredible, almost miraculous story of Pompeii's burial, and its unparalleled preservation under that very same volcanic material that obliterated it. The city wasn't destroyed by slow-moving, incinerating lava flows, like something out of a disaster movie set. Instead, it was rapidly, catastrophically covered by a thick, suffocating blanket of pumice, ash, and lapilli, those small, gritty volcanic rock fragments that feel like tiny stones. This wasn't just a simple dusting of snow. It was a deep, dense, suffocating embrace, building up layer upon layer, sometimes reaching incredible depths of 4 to 6 meters. That's about 13 to 20 feet for our imperial system friends. Imagine that much stuff covering your house. This incredibly rapid and deep burial was absolutely key. It completely sealed off the city, effectively creating an airtight, moisture-free, oxygen-deprived environment. Think of it as nature's gigantic, spontaneous, and utterly effective time capsule. Unlike places hit by molten lava, which incinerates and violently distorts everything in its path, Pompeii was buried by material that, while deadly and searingly hot, was dry and relatively low temperature during the critical initial ash fall. This meant that virtually everything beneath those layers, from delicate frescoes on walls to wooden furniture, precious papyrus scrolls, and even organic remains like food, and chillingly human bodies, was protected from atmospheric decay, humidity, and the usual ravages of time. It was a perfectly imperfect, accidental preservation method, leaving an almost absurdly detailed record of daily life. For nearly 1,700 years, Pompeii slumbered beneath its tomb, a forgotten memory. Vesuvius continued its moody existence, sometimes grumbling, sometimes erupting spectacularly, sometimes just quiet, but the buried city remained undisturbed, its exact location eventually fading from local memory, settling into legend and then into complete oblivion. Until then, in the mid-18th century, the Earth began to reluctantly give up its secrets. The formal systematic rediscovery of Pompeii truly began in 1748, following earlier, more haphazard and frankly destructive digs that had popped up a few decades prior. But it was under the patronage of the Bourbon kings of Naples, particularly the rather enlightened Charles III and his successor Ferdinand IV, that systematic excavation truly kicked off. These early excavations, however, were definitely not the careful, meticulous archaeological work we recognize and value today. Oh no, these were glorified treasure hunts, pure and simple. The initial primary goal was to find valuable art and ancient artifacts to adorn royal palaces and fill up their burgeoning collections. Essentially, it was like filling up a really big, incredibly fancy gift shop for royalty. Early excavators rarely worried about archaeological context. If something pretty or valuable was found, it was unceremoniously ripped out and carted off, often damaging surrounding structures or destroying invaluable historical information in the process. It was less about preserving history and more about plunder with shovels and a royal decree. The first official director of excavations, a Swiss engineer named Carl Jakob Weber, was one of the few who actually recognized the immense importance of documenting what they found, but his methods were still rudimentary by today's meticulous scientific standards. The broader history of these excavations is utterly fascinating, a complex blend of genuine scientific curiosity, royal vanity, and plain old human greed. It wasn't until the transformative arrival of Giuseppe Fiorelli in 1860 that a truly methodical and systematic approach to excavation was finally imposed upon the chaos. Fiorelli, a true visionary, introduced the groundbreaking concept of stratigraphic excavation, digging layer by painstaking layer, meticulously documenting each and every find in its precise context, rather than just tunneling haphazardly for treasure. He also formally divided the sprawling city into rigorously defined regions, blocks, and insula, distinct, self-contained areas, which is the incredibly useful system still used by archaeologists today. But perhaps his most famous and certainly most haunting innovation was the plaster cast technique. He realized with an almost macabre genius that when human bodies and wooden objects, like furniture or doors, decayed within the hardened ash, they left behind hollow, perfectly formed voids in the solidified volcanic material. By carefully pouring liquid plaster into these silent cavities, Fiorelli was able to create haunting, three-dimensional casts of the victims, almost perfectly reproducing their exact forms at the moment of death, their faces contorted in agony, their hands shielding their loved ones, even the intricate details of their clothing preserved for eternity. These casts, shocking, deeply personal, and profoundly moving, were an archaeological breakthrough, visually reconnecting us to the raw, human tragedy of Pompeii in a way no other archaeological find ever could. Suddenly, these ancient Romans weren't just abstract historical figures. They were individuals, frozen in their last, desperate seconds. And this leads us to the truly unparalleled insight Pompeii provides into ancient Roman life. Unlike virtually any other ancient city, which has been continuously occupied, destroyed, and then rebuilt over countless centuries, obliterating older layers of history, Pompeii was, quite literally, flash-frozen. It's a complete, intact, albeit tragically preserved snapshot of a Roman city on a very specific day in 79 AD. This means we don't just get the history of grand public buildings or the opulent elite villas. We get the full, messy, vibrant spectrum of urban life. We see the humble bakeries, all 33 of them, with their ovens and millstones still intact, the bustling thermopolia, those ancient fast food joints, with their dolia still embedded in the counters, the artisan workshops with tools laid out ready for the next day's work that never came. We find graffiti on walls, raw, uncensored snippets of daily conversation, political slogans, crude jokes, and personal boasts. We see shop signs, election notices, and even advertisements for brothels. This isn't just the history of kings and emperors, it's the living, detailed history of the ordinary shoemaker, the laundress, the tavern keeper, the enslaved person. It's truly a living, breathing laboratory for Roman social, economic, and domestic life, revealing intimate details that simply don't survive anywhere else. We understand their food choices from the remains in their latrines, their hygiene from their baths and gutters, their entertainments from their theatres and amphitheatres, and their spiritual beliefs from their myriad lararia. So, Pompeii is far more than just a ruin. It is a permanent, haunting exhibit of human experience, granted to us by the very same cataclysmic forces that destroyed it. It's a somber, silent city, yet it speaks volumes, giving us a remarkably intimate, tragically preserved look into the very lives the Romans cherished, toiled for, and ultimately lost. It's a global treasure, a visceral reminder of what we share across millennia, our humanity, our desire to build and live, and what we've thankfully, mercifully, left far behind. A truly impactful place, don't you think? We've really journeyed through a terrifying day in ancient Pompeii, haven't we? From the pungent smells of dawn's bustling streets to the sheer, unmitigated horror of a volcanic apocalypse. We've symbolically rubbed shoulders with gladiators, poked around workshops, perhaps discreetly peeked into the brothels, and even imagined a rather questionable taste of a Roman thermopolium's daily special. By now, you've probably picked up a few new, slightly disturbing facts, certainly gained a profound, newfound appreciation for modern indoor plumbing, and hopefully acquired a very healthy dose of gratitude for not living directly under an active, historically grumpy volcano. But as our deep dive into this tragically preserved city finally draws to a close, it's important to reflect on what Pompeii truly leaves us, its enduring, haunting legacy, and the surprisingly poignant, even brutal lessons it still has to teach us couch-bound history buffs. First and foremost, Pompeii stands as an incredibly vivid, almost brutally direct reminder of profound human fragility and, somehow, our equally profound resilience. It's a chilling tableau of life abruptly, catastrophically interrupted, a silent scream frozen in ash. One seemingly normal moment, thousands of people are just living their lives, gossiping by the fountain, toiling in the fields, laughing in the theatre, loving in secret, arguing over a bad deal. And the next, they are gone. Their final moments, not just their bones, are chillingly etched into the unforgiving geological record. It teaches us about the precipice we often unknowingly live on, that alarmingly thin veneer of control we think we exert over our natural world. We humans build our empires, we conquer lands, We meticulously cultivate our gardens, wholeheartedly believing ourselves masters of our domain, until Mother Nature reminds us, with a terrifying geological shrug and a pyroclastic flow, who's really in charge. Yet amidst that cataclysmic destruction, there's also that incredible, almost stubborn resilience. The Pompeians who, against all odds, fled, those who somehow survived the initial onslaught, and the collective, indefatigable human spirit that ensures, eventually, rebuilding, remembrance, and recovery. They pick up the pieces, whether those pieces are literal building blocks or the shattered fragments of their lives. That indomitable spark of humanity, even in the face of such overwhelming, fiery odds, is truly impossibly remarkable. And what can Pompeii, this ghost city in waiting, truly teach us, the comfortable denizens of the modern world who fret over Wi-Fi speeds? Its lessons are surprisingly, disturbingly contemporary. It's an unflinching, brutal textbook on social inequality. From the lavish, frescoed, multi-room villas of the elite, designed to scream wealth, to the cramped, windowless, often chained slave quarters and bustling workshops of the working class, Pompeii lays bare the stark, undeniable contrasts. Immense privilege built directly on brute exploitation. It forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about how societies are structured, how wealth is accumulated, and who often pays the ultimate hidden price for another's progress and luxury. Furthermore, it offers invaluable, often deeply personal insights into the minutiae of daily life, things formal written records rarely, if ever, bother to document. The explicit graffiti on the walls, the astonishing contents of their ancient latrines, the pots still on their stoves, these mundane, seemingly trivial details, preserved by unspeakable tragedy, paint a far richer, more relatable, and often more uncomfortable picture of Roman existence than any grand emperor's decree or heroic battle account ever could. We see their hopes, their fears, their crude jokes, their daily struggles. And of course, there are crucial, glaring lessons on disaster preparedness. 17 years before the grand, fiery finale, the AD 62 earthquake was a massive, neon-lit, city-shaking warning sign. The city rebuilt, often with a sense of optimism, but perhaps fueled by a dangerously misplaced overconfidence. It's a somber tale of either ignoring the early rumblings or failing to truly grasp the monumental scale of the imminent threat. A constant, fiery reminder that sometimes the Earth isn't just grumbling. It's telling you something really, really important, and you should probably desperately listen. So now, as you settle back into your glorious modern comforts, filtering that pristine air, enjoying your perfectly refrigerated snacks, and scrolling aimlessly on your internet-connected contraption, I genuinely invite you to reflect. Reflect on the stark, almost absurd, dramatic contrast between the ancient hardships we've just explored and the almost unimaginably abundant modern comforts we've grown to simply take for granted. Remember the constant losing battle against grime in a world without proper sewage systems, the ever-present gnawing hunger without supermarkets bursting with endless choices, the terrifyingly limited access to effective medical care, and the sheer breathtaking unpredictability of everyday life itself. We are, in so many fundamental ways, incredibly, unbelievably lucky. They say history teaches us lessons, and Pompeii, more vividly and directly than almost anywhere else on Earth, literally delivers them etched in stone and suffocating ash. This journey to Pompeii has been more than just a historical overview. It's truly been a deep dive, a full sensory experience into a world both eerily familiar and profoundly alien. We've walked through their phantom streets, seen their lives through a glass darkly, and witnessed their sudden, terrifying end. If this unique, dark trip through time has captured your imagination, or perhaps just made you appreciate your clear skies and functioning sanitation system a little bit more, please do us a solid. Share your thoughts, your biggest takeaways, or even just your favorite historical smell. If you could pick one from Pompeii, bless your brave heart, in the comments below. We truly love hearing from you and reading your insights. And if you enjoyed this unique form of historical immersion, please consider hitting that like button, subscribing for more deep dives into the sometimes ugly, always fascinating past, and maybe even sharing this video with a friend who needs a good night's sleep. Or perhaps just a gentle, morbid reminder of why their life isn't so bad after all. Thank you for joining me on this profound and profoundly humbling journey through the life and cataclysmic death of Pompeii. Until next time, sleep well, and please, for the love of all that is good and sanitary, be profoundly grateful for your distinct lack of an active volcano in your backyard.